chat. Hello and welcome to a very, very special Final Fantasy 15 stream. We are going in, and today, chat, we're discovering the truth behind the scum known as the Line of Lucis. We will be dispelling all the fake news that you see in Lucian media, and we will be diving into the truth never before seen. L3 and R3 to reject the fake Lucian news. Let's go. Oh my god. L3 plus R3 to reject the news of Lucian media. Let's go. Today we're gonna do it, boys. The truth will come out. King Regis and his line of war criminals will end today in Final Fantasy 15 episode Ardyn. But today is not just a special day because of that. Let me make myself a little bit bigger. It's also a special day because we are celebrating 20 years of Final Fantasy Versus XIII today. I know a lot of you just felt a pain in your lower back just from me saying that. But yes, 20 years of Versus today, which is crazy. This day, 20 years ago, May 8th, was when Nomura Tetsuya walked out on stage at E3. It was more like a private conference. It wasn't like the big E3 stage. And he basically said that this is a game that they've wanted to achieve for a really long time. And it was going to be the opposite of Final Fantasy 13, which is a very curious kind of thing to do. Why were they making two Final Fantasy 13s? Without spoiling things, I have a really interesting video coming where I speak to somebody who has actually worked on Final Fantasy 15. So I hope you guys are all looking forward to that. I just confirmed that everything is good to go, so I can upload that video pretty soon. It'll be coming next week. And in that video, you're going to find out some pretty interesting things. You're going to find out some things in relation to Versus, in relation to them reworking things into Final Fantasy 15. There's some pretty good information in there, and I think you guys will be very pleasantly surprised. So please look forward to that. There's going to be a little bit of story details from Versus that I think are kind of interesting to know about. I don't want to spoil it, but I am super excited about it because it's pretty damn solid. I can't lie. One sec. Make sure I have my thing on. Yeah, it's on. So yeah, soon you will learn about that. So excited for you to play episode Ardyn. Really looking forward to playing episode Aranea next. Now, IMO, it's better to play that before Ardyn since Aranea is more of a side story and not connect to the new alternate storyline. It's peak either way though. Rest in fucking peace. Yes. It is almost poetic in a way that the 20th anniversary of Versus ends up falling on the stream where we do episode Ardyn. And the reason I say that is because we're looking back at Square Enix denying us this game in concept again multiple times over, and it is just unbelievable how many times this has happened. It's unbelievable that that it just keeps getting canceled. And we're still begging for more Final Fantasy 15 content 10 years later, and they still deny it. They still won't let us have it. It's honestly unbelievable. It really is. It really is. I cannot think of a Final Fantasy game more than 15 now, because 7, I think people people have gotten enough of 7 now. Once 7R3 is out, I think that the demand for 7 is pretty much done. But I think if outside of 7 there was one Final Fantasy people were like, we need to get more of, I feel like it's 15 at this point. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. But I do feel like if I had to pick, if I was Kitase and I was the Square Enix brand manager, and I had to say, where do we go from here? What's the next Final Fantasy that we can milk nowadays? I would probably say 15 would be the logical pick. 9. I mean, yeah, you could do Final Fantasy 9 remake, but again, what's going to get people more hyped? Like, I feel like at this point, like anything else will be like okay. But I do feel like 15 is probably the thing worth most revisiting, right? I mean, bear in mind, Final Fantasy VII was revisited because that was like the biggest phenomenon that Final Fantasy had. Yeah, I'm pretty sure 9R is canceled though, chat. I really do believe that 9R is canned. And I do think that we're going to see 13 remaster. I think that that's like a given. But also if 9R was canned, it really does make you kind of think like what the fuck else got canned if they could can that of all things, right? Because if that can be put on ice, then like what the fuck else can be canceled, right? Like the sky's the limit. I feel like if Final Fantasy 9 remake can get canned, so that has made me extremely concerned to say the least. If I was the president of Square, fuck the remakes, I'd be dead set on making Final Fantasy 17 the masterpiece that appeals to everyone. Yeah. I mean, it can't even be the masterpiece that appeals to everyone. I feel like you have to pick pick a group that you're going to appeal to. I actually think trying to make the masterpiece that appeals to everyone has kind of been, it's kind of like somewhat been their problem. Um, they kind of need to say like fuck some people. Right? Like this is what it is. If you want to play it, then play it, right? Like if you actually go back and read like Final Fantasy 16 interviews, for example, one of the reasons that they held back on the game's difficulty and complexity a lot is because they were afraid, and this is their words now, not mine, but basically they were afraid that their turn-based audience wouldn't be able to play or like really get the game. And it's just like, well, first of all, I disagree, right? Because it's not like people that play turn-based Final Fantasy games don't know how to play other games, right? Like like you can learn, you can figure it the fuck out. It's not like they haven't played any video games in like the 20 years since you last made like a true turn-based FF, or at the very least, the 13 years now since Final Fantasy 13, or no, I mean the 13 years between 13 and 16 years now. So like the correct thing to do would be like if you're making a character action Final Fantasy game, which I don't think is the correct thing to do, but if you were going to do that, then you should have just made the character action like Final Fantasy game, right? Like we're leaning into that in every single aspect like possible. The game's going to be hard, and you don't have to like, play it twice to unlock all the Ultimaniac challenges to find like all the depth inside of that. You can play it like hard. It's going to be 20 hours instead of 40 hours because that's a more appropriate length for like this type of game. And make like some wild choices like that. But I think the problem has been like that they make a lot of half choices because they're then worried about their existing audience. And it's just like, if you're worried about your existing audience, make a game for your existing audience that they like. But don't be like, hey, we want the new audience, but we don't want the old audience to go away, right? Like, you can't, they've been like half picking, I think, a lot of times. Like, do you want to pursue the new audience or not? Right? Oh no, if we give complex options, the casual audience might be overwhelmed and confused, which I feel like is just not true. Right. And I know that this is like the easiest low hanging fruit example that everyone uses, but I'm going to use it anyway. And I don't think it's the only example, but I do think it's a good example. And that is the popularity of the Souls games. I'm not saying that Final Fantasy should be a Souls-like by any means. I also don't think it should be a character action game. But that's neither here nor there. But the Souls games are really fucking hard and unapologetic. And in terms of like casual audience, actually, Elden Ring, 30 plus million last I checked. It's probably more than that now even. But also too, Game of the Year 2023, Baldur's Gate 3. That game is complex as shit. There's actually quite a lot going on in Baldur's Gate 3. And if you really dive into the combat mechanics, you can do anything. And the number of choices and like the things you can do in that game are actually really complicated. Baldur's Gate 3 is like not a fucking casual friendly game at all. That game requires some fucking learning. You have to read shit to actually like really get involved in playing that. I would even say that Breath of the Wild as a game is more complex than previous Zeldas. I don't know if that's a hot take or not, but there is definitely more going on mechanically, at least in my opinion, in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom than there was in the previous Ocarina of Time format. That's not to say that complex equals better or whatever. I'm not trying to spark that debate. I'm just saying in like an objective sense, there is just way more going on in that. BG3 is pretty beginner friendly for a CRPG. Yeah, for a CRPG. But like hardcore CRPGs, like I don't think most casuals can really dive into. Anyways, my point here is that difficulty, overall complexity of a game, I don't think has ever really made people get turned off from a Final Fantasy. I just went off on like a tangent for whatever reason because we were talking about like Versus 15 Remake, and then we're talking about Final Fantasy 17, and yeah, I just went from there. But like yeah, I don't think that like, obviously I'm not saying make a game complex for complexity's sake or anything like that, or difficulty's sake, but I'm just saying that like complexity and difficulty are not inherently things that turn people off. And not to say that Final Fantasy has ever been like a really complex game. I actually think the Final Fantasy games have always been really accessible role-playing game experiences. But what I am trying to say is is that wherever they feel they want to evolve or wherever they want to take the game design, I think that they shouldn't do it half-heartedly because there has just been no sign of that when you look at the industry of late that you need to do those things in order to succeed. And in fact, we've really seen the opposite that people are actually kind of craving an experience where you don't give a fuck. And the game is high friction and there's like lots of interesting things going on. And it's just unapologetically what it is. Balancing and complexity and ease. Balancing complexity and ease is the best way to make a game accessible. SE has been stuck in a rut of too easy for a long time now. Right. Rebirth is almost there, IMO. Yeah, so one of the things about the Re-Trilogy games is that I do feel like, and more so true of Remake than probably Rebirth, especially Remake, I feel like I should say, was that like when I first played Remake, I actually did feel a very good sense of challenge playing Remake for the first time, purely because all the normal action game sense kind of went out of the window when I first played that game. And it was such a different game that I had to learn that game. And so actually like playing it first on normal was a good idea. Like if that game had some type of hard mode from the start, I actually would not recommend it because if you are used to playing other action RPGs and you pick up 7R for the first time, I feel like the average person is going to be like, yo, what the fuck? This is way different than anything else I played. And so actually, I think that it like the way they did it for Remake actually worked. And I think it kind of only really worked for Remake for the most part. Yeah, I do think that like I do think Rebirth needs a proud mode. Yeah, Rebirth needs a proud mode. It needs a proud mode that you can play the first time. Not Rebirth, but like Re-Trilogy and like 17. It needs a proud mode like Kingdom Hearts, where you know you can you want to like a little bit of difficulty, it's there, but you have critical mode coming up after that, and it's just brutal, and you can use all your whole build from the start, and it is just insane boss fight after insane boss fight. So I think that like, yeah, Rebirth or Re-Trilogy, I should say, it needs like a proud mode in between that you can start out on, and then you can get the critical mode. But yeah, for Remake in particular, I think actually playing it on normal for the first time was actually like not like a brutally hard like Soulsborne experience. So please don't interpret it like that. But I think that playing Remake on like the first time on normal was a challenging enough experience to be engaged, like really engaging, without being overwhelming. To the point of where I do think people actually did look up like guides on Remake their first time playing it on normal, even because they were like, yeah. I definitely remember my first time with Remake having trouble with Remake's combat until chapter 7 and 8, then it clicked for me. I remember the first time I played the demo of Remake, and I was very confused at first by the combat mechanics and everything, and like the game feel and stuff like that, because it's so different. Again, it's so different from other games, right? You go in and you kind of expect, oh, okay, I'm gonna play it like a character action game or something like that, and then it's not. It's like absolutely, it's like so fucking not actually. And yeah, I actually had to engage. Man, yesterday was on Twitter. It was crazy combos around the story of Re-Trilogy. Yeah, it was very crazy. It was very sad to see people going after Max like that, which I just felt like was ridiculous. But I mean, my take on it is I don't care. I literally don't give a shit whether it's a remake or a sequel. I just don't care. I don't care anymore. Um, it doesn't matter. Also, like I just don't even. What did he do? Well, I think he said that he would rather it be a sequel than a spicy remake, and people are like very contingent, are like very like contentious on it being a remake or it being a sequel. I guess like I don't know if anyone else is like me, but I kind of just don't give a fuck. Like it's like I said in the previous video, I think it's easier for me to be charitable to the new plot twist if it's a sequel, right? Because it does feel like, oh, the reason they're doing all this is because they're trying to build up to something grandiose. Versus if I'm just looking at it under the remake sense, then it just becomes, why did you change one of the most iconic video game stories ever, right? Like, um, and I think a lot of people are thinking that that means that I would prefer a sequel. But I really, if you would have asked me before, I would have preferred a. I mean, if you asked me in general, I prefer a remake, like an actual remake of Final Fantasy VII, like narratively speaking. I would prefer a remake, but I'm just trying to look at like what the thing currently looks like. But ultimately, I kind of just don't care either way. I kind of just don't care. Um, if you feel like it's a remake, it's a remake. If you feel like it's a sequel, it's a sequel. I'm not like an FF7 theorist at all. My friends are. They're really into it. I don't have any theories. Not really. Nothing that like I would die on a hill for. Like if I said anything about 7R3 and someone came along and said that's not true, I'd be like, okay, you're right. So, yeah, yeah, I'm just like the ride is the ride. Um, I just want it to be over so CS1 can use the foundation to make something original. I still do like FF7, of course, but I kind of am at that point where it's just like I just want to see them make CS1 make their brand new Final Fantasy game. Like that is kind of like top of priorities for me now. Um, yeah, I kind of want to see what they do with it for Final Fantasy 17. Because I mean, even when I was playing Rebirth, and again, I like Rebirth, but I was still kind of like, God damn, I wish this was Final Fantasy 17 with a brand new set of characters and a brand new story. You know, and it's not like Seven's characters are bad or anything. They're some of the greatest characters of all time. It's just like, um, I really felt like I got in all that Seven nostalgia already, and so, but I think that has more to do with the nature of doing a remake in three parts than anything else, right? Rather than one part or two parts. I do think in hindsight that because they considered actually doing the game in two parts, and I think in hindsight, I know they wouldn't have been able to be ambitious as they are now, but I do think that if it were somehow possible to have made it in two parts, it probably would have been better. Um, didn't they even consider four parts? Yeah, they considered as few as two parts and as many as four parts. And then they ultimately went with three. Did you see the Stranger Than Heaven trailer? There's a new one. No, I didn't see it. They should have done two parts. Yeah. Toned down the open world and cut Midgar in like halfish. Yeah, yeah, but it would have been. It still probably would have been more like really expensive to do. Um, two parts because the production cost of both parts still would have been a little bit more, but I think they probably would have saw a better return on investment, especially with regards to part three. It's very possible to make FF7 Remake in one game. Remake has so much filler, plus the bland, bloated open world of Rebirth could have just been a classic open world, right? But they wanted to make it like realized, like fully realized. And I do feel like, um, at the end of the day, being able to go through a life-size scale of FF7's world has been pretty cool. It has been. Um, but yeah, like part of the way that you could have made 7R one game is if you, well, I mean, you would have had to, yeah, you do an overworld map, you do zones, and you would probably have to do turn-based because making an action game of that size and scale with that many different enemy types in one game would be far too difficult. Yeah, so you'd have to basically the only way to make that possible is turn-based to do that many enemy types. Because again, people really don't think about animation and artificial intelligence costs whenever we talk about making action games and stuff like that. That stuff's hugely expensive, right? Like, think about Final Fantasy VI, where enemies were a static sprite, and then Final Fantasy VII, where enemies went from being a static sprite to a fully 3D animated creature with actual attack animations, right? Because in Final Fantasy like 6, for example, you don't even have like real attack animations for characters. The motherfuckers shake. That's it, right? There's not actual attack animations. And just stuff like that alone, exploded the dev costs, right? Because now you're having to animate every enemy. However, when you're doing like, a more action-oriented system, you then have to accommodate that with even more animations than you would have to in a turn-based. So, yeah, the only way to have remade Final Fantasy VII in one game would be to do a very purist type of remake, and not like super purist where it's still like fixed camera angles necessarily. But I mean, like, you'd have to favor abstraction over fully realizing things in the way that they were. Because even cutting some of the stuff that you guys suggest, I actually still don't think that would drive down costs enough, because a lot of that is some of the cheap stuff, right? Like bloating the open world is actually like the cheap shit. That content is like super fucking cheap to manufacture, which is why they do it, right? So you create this big open world, and then you have a lot of lower cost content that kind of pads it out, which is why they do that in the first place. Not just Rebirth, but like literally every open world RPG nowadays, for the most part. That's how they pad their games out, is that they have all this stuff. The open world sections were the worst parts of Rebirth. I don't think I would fully agree with that necessarily. I think that the problem with the open world sections of Rebirth is that there were a lot of zones and a lot of content. People talk about the Ubisoft formula, but I actually think the Ubisoft like kind of like open world formula of Rebirth wouldn't have actually been so bad, because again, I think there's just so much more interesting, engaging stuff to engage with in Rebirth. But I think it actually wouldn't have been bad had it not dragged on for so long, right? Because it's not like 50 hours of open world content or even 70 hours of open world content. It's like 100+ hours or more of it. And what I saw people doing is that they would get to like Cosmo Canyon at like 70 hours in, and they had done fucking everything. and it dragged the game the fuck out. And I think I would disagree with that approach a little bit in how they did it, because when you actually get to the world map in Final Fantasy VII, there are some things that you can do, but it's really in the section that part 3 is supposed to be, where like the number of side diversions like truly opens up. And I think that they kind of put that ahead of time with Rebirth. Yeah, at launch we didn't know it would mess the pacing up so much. My advice for playing Rebirth is that I think you should just play through the story, your first playthrough. I think that you should not even be bothered with the side content really on your first playthrough. And then I think that like and then I think that you should go back through Rebirth. And I think that you should like do all the side content after, and then just treat it like this big open world simulation on hard mode. And I think you'll actually enjoy it way more. I'm going to have a tough time deciding if I want to mainline part 3 on my first playthrough. I am going to do some side content because hopefully, I don't know for sure. I am hopeful I will be able to review part 3 in the same way that I was able to review part 1 and 2. I don't know if those opportunities will come or not, but hopefully Square Enix will not, for whatever reason, just leave me out in the dark on this one. And they didn't on the other ones, right? So I would imagine they wouldn't just randomly leave me out in the dust on part 3. But yeah, so hopefully I'll be able to review Remake 3. Did you get a copy from Square Enix? I did for Remake, and I did for Rebirth. And they actually liked my review for Rebirth a lot. They retweeted it and everything. I think because I had like a lot of good things to say about it. I didn't have too much bad. Because really the only like really bad thing I think was kind of like the last few chapters, narratively and pacing wise, which kind of, it would be sad if they can't take critical but good faith takes from NSP. I think that's why they still give me review copy. Because I don't just shit on games. You guys know me. Even games that I really dislike, I'll still have like a really good faith discussion about it, and I won't just like shit on it. I don't think that there is any game that I will just literally just take a dump on. I'm just not that kind of person. I also yeah. Are your views on Rebirth the same? Yeah, I would say that my views on Rebirth are the same for the most part. Yeah, I don't think I've like soured on it really, if at all. I still think it's like the best Final Fantasy experience that you can have. I think some people took that as me saying that Rebirth is the best Final Fantasy game ever, which is not necessarily what I'm saying, because that's Final Fantasy X. I'm just saying that like that Black Lion Guard, thank you so much for the tier 1. You gifted it to Square Enix. Yeah. Here's a little incentive to hook NSP up with an early copy. Lol. That's so fucking funny. Thank you. That's Black Lion Guard. That makes my day. But yeah, we'll see. I'm hopeful. But yeah, I mean, I think I'm pretty consistent for the most part with how I approach things. Um, I wouldn't say that I've soured on Rebirth at all. I would say that I still very much like Rebirth, and I still think it's like what I mean by best Final Fantasy experience is that like I think that if you were to boot up a Final Fantasy game and you just wanted to play it and have fun, I think it is that. I think it is like the visuals, the actual experience of going through it, playing through Queen's Blood, um, the characters, the music, uh, and part of this is just like a generational thing too. That it is like the latest Final Fantasy game to release, and it has all those things at the best quality because you know it's the latest game with the best technology to apply it to, and some of it just is like really successful execution, right? And yeah, they gave me a big party of characters and like an incredible battle system with a big world to explore. Some of the content in that big world may be questionable. I don't push back on that at all if you raise that criticism. But I think most of the content is good. And I also think that there has to be something that's said about making a game experience your own, which is why I'm not a platinum guy, right? There is content in Rebirth. You can just say, I don't fucking want to do this. And then you just don't do it. Like, if you don't want to do like the treasure hunt thing, then just don't do it. Just don't. Just don't do it. Like, and that's my perspective on things is that, like, when you have a big game with a lot of content, you can skip most of it if you want to. And I don't think it's required in order to beat Rebirth if you want. Sure, some good materia and such may be locked behind it. That's fair. But you can really get the full experience if you want without it. And if you can't get that best materia, then good. Now you have a new challenge added to the game. Push the combat system even further. How are you going to work around having that materia? I know that's not like, the best excuse for some of the more lackluster content in the game. But yeah, ultimately, why does it seem like everyone on Twitter did an OCD playthrough of Rebirth? I only did some content during my main run and had a blast, not a completing zone before moving on. That is the way I've come to realize that a lot of people play video games nowadays. I think maybe because there's a sense of FOMO that every game has to be approached in kind of a completionist mindset. I understand, don't get me wrong. I'm not criticizing anyone who enjoys completionism. Like, if you get the full experience by being completionist, and that is how you love to approach games, by all means. But I think a lot of people are not completionists, and then they have the compulsion to be completionists, and then it kind of drains them. I also think that a lot of people just don't have the time to dedicate, and so then they start trying to be completionists. And yeah, I don't want to ever sit down and play a game and feel like nothing major ever happened during the time that I played it. I think the only game I can stomach that with is Persona. I think Persona is the only game where I can be like, okay, nothing major happened this playthrough and I'm fine. But every other game, I think I sit down, I want something major to happen. And yeah, I feel like if you go too deep into to completionism, even a game that is relatively well paced is not going to move fast enough to allow something to be. I expect R3 to be quite a bit gloomier than Rebirth. It provides some great contrast. I agree. It's not going to have like the fun vibes that Rebirth has. I think that Rebirth is almost similar to Final Fantasy 15 in a weird way, of like the first half of 15, where it's just like the fun vibes. We're hanging out with the bros. Uh, there are some mysteries, but they're not that pressing. It's mostly about the adventure. Yeah. I think that, like, honestly, the thing about side content though is that people are just tired of like low quality side content in games, period. And this is something we've talked about for sure. But like I think most people are just kind of done with side quest slop in video games. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like people are kind of just like over, like, yay, let's do like another fucking, like, 10 of these exact same quests, copy and pasted throughout the entire world. Um, People are kind of done with that shit. Hot take, I'd rather have no side quest than poop side quest. Look, and I've been saying this for a while. I think a lot of games should only have 3 or 4 side quests total. And they should be side stories. And I think that people would be far more satisfied with their playthrough of the game than having just a Skinner box. Yeah, yeah, yeah. A good example of this would be both Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, right? Well, Majora's Mask is kind of side quest the game, right? But every single side quest in Majora's Mask is fucking interesting. Every single side quest in that game, and there's not a ton, right? But like, um, every single one of them is a really profound exploration of the game's themes. And I got all the fucking masks in that. And then when you finally get Fierce Deity Mask, holy shit, does that feel rewarding? Like, you know what I'm saying? Actually, maybe is Majora's Mask the most rewarding game for doing all of its side quests, because Fierce Deity Mask is so fucking cool, and it just makes you want to go through the game all over again as a reward for having done the side quest, right? Yeah, Majora's Mask gets it. Ocarina of Time also kind of got it, like, TBH. Like Ocarina of Time also didn't have like an extraordinary number of side quests, but I do think that getting like Big Goron's sword was I do think that that was a pretty tight side quest, right? You also got an item that felt unique and distinct and it felt like it was like really rewarding. Nowadays, and I think that this has been, honestly, this has been the trend, I think, since like starting with like Xbox 360's era, but like since like the PS3 days, but like people bragging about the number of side quests, right? There's so many side quests. Our game has 200 fucking side quests. I say PS2 days. I don't know, because I don't really feel like it was really happening in the PlayStation 2 days. There's not too many PS2 games I think come to mind with like hundreds of side quests. It may be late PS2 though. Maybe you're right. I don't know. I have to go back through and say. But I feel like it was like really PS3 360 eras. Like that's when I personally observed it the most. And then I think it got even worse as time went on. In the PS4 era, I think Skyrim started all this. It might have, honestly. But yeah, I think that most games need anywhere from 3 to 10 side quests total. Like total. Because there's so many games um, where it's just not good, right? And I'm sorry, chat, but people gotta stop saying Witcher 3. Witcher 3 is 11 years old, right? Yeah, 11 years old, 2015. In 11 years, we have not gotten anything else on par with that. And like, yeah, that's kind of a problem. Roy Mustang, thank you for the super chat, brother. I brought a PS4 Pro at release solely to play Rebirth at 4K 60. I have yet to get past Junon. On the topic of side quests, CD Projekt Red games are the top dog. Oh man, that's funny. I was just saying about the Witcher 3. That's so ironic that you sent that like right before or right as I was getting into that. I do agree though that CD Projekt Red games are top tier. I also like really love a lot of the quests in Cyberpunk. A lot of them are really funny and interesting and help you make the world be lived in. But yeah, for every Witcher 3 and Cyberpunk 2077, I feel like you just get like you just have more side quest slop. You know what I'm saying? Like more like go here, talk to this person, fight a battle. Uh it's just not interesting. E33 also did have a pretty solid amount of side content. I think when a game's side content is good when each piece of side content is a thing that you can name. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a thing that you can tangibly name long after you've complete the game, right? So you can think of the bosses in E33. You can think of the challenges in E33, for example, even after completing it. But I think back on like the side quests, like a lot of the side quests in say Final Fantasy 15 or Final Fantasy 16, and I'm just like, what was that? I was watching a side, and I did all the side quests in 16, and I was watching a video from a side quest, and that was posted on Twitter, and I was like, wait, when the fuck did this happen? And I was like, oh yeah, that was one of the side quests. I mean, any of the side quests in Final Fantasy 15, some of them are meme worthy, like Cup Noodle, but most of the side quests in Final Fantasy 15, you're just like, what was that? What at? Like that was in the game. I guess it was. I forgot about it. So a lot of it is just so forgettable. I feel like, and it's not just limited to Final Fantasy. Obviously, it's just a lot of side content in general. It's just like I don't remember any of this shit. Um, I don't. Well, I'm not saying that Rebirth it was all bad quests. Yeah, I wouldn't agree with that either. So don't get me wrong. I don't think that. In fact, I think that like I would actually go as far as to say that most of the core side content in Rebirth is actually very good. Um, I think that people talk about a lot of the content that isn't good, but I would actually say that Rebirth actually has more rewarding side content than not. The only problem with Rebirth, I think, is that they went overboard on a lot of the side content that was just annoying and uninteresting. But I feel like if they just had better editing on what kind of side content got in the game, because they didn't need to add anything. I think that they actually should have just subtracted some stuff. But I actually would agree that I think Rebirth has, um, from the character quest to a lot of the stuff in there, I would say that Rebirth has the better side content in it. It also has some of the more annoying and like uninteresting side content, but I would say overall Rebirth has like the best and worst. Well, maybe not the worst. It has the best and some of the most average tier uh Final Fantasy side content. But If we're talking about like the most fun side content to play, I do think throughout the whole series, if we're really looking at it, Rebirth has the most fun side content. Rebirth has great side content. It just has too much. Cut out like 25% and it's better. Yeah. Yeah. Cause I mean, like, again, a lot of this is framed around completionism, right? So if you're a completionist and you want to platinum the game and you have to do all of it, then it sucks, right? Like it's like fuck, I don't want to do all this. But like if you're just choosing the content you want to do and then just say I want to move the fuck on, then I feel like Rebirth has like a great side content experience. Couch Potato, what's up, man? Charlie is the character of all time. Maybe he'll be the secret new party member in part three. Yeah, I regret trying to plat my first playthrough. Yeah, 100%. I think that if you try to platinum that game your first playthrough, it's just gonna suck. And I know I've had some like arguments. I know that sounds like tense, but they're not like tense. But I had some like friendly debates, let's say, with Baby Seal about this. And his point of view is, and I genuinely agree with this, is we shouldn't basically balance games for like the lowest common denominator, which I agree. I agree, generally speaking. But I do feel like the average person approaches things with completionist mindsets nowadays. And unless you tie their hands at times and force them to not, and force them to be like, hey, we know you can't moderate yourself, so we're gonna push that out of the way for you. Yeah. I just hate in games when the world is ending and they make you do side quests that take me out of the main plot. I think that Final Fantasy games before, what they kind of do is that um that opened up at the end, right? So it was like you have this option of going and fighting the final boss, or you can fuck off for 20 hours and like really experience everything the world has to offer and max everything out. And then yeah, if you want to go one shot the final boss, you can. Ultimately though, the choice is yours. Yeah, E33 brought that back. Which again, that was like a classic FFism that I really liked, because you had the choice to go beat the game or to fuck off and do the side content. And then sometimes the final boss was kind of challenging. So it's like, okay, I can't beat Cypher Sephiroth right now. Maybe I'll go and I'll take on Ultimate Weapon. I'll do all this other stuff, get better gear, get better materia, and then I'll come back and I'll fight him and it'll go a lot better. And so you have that motivation there to go and explore the world and to go get those things. But ultimately, if you're skilled enough, if you have a better strategy, you don't have to. I do feel like that has kind of been a really underrated way to handle side content, and that's how Sakaguchi or I should say the Sakaguchi era Final Fantasy games used to really handle things. And I actually do feel like that was kind of a great way to do it, because they made sure that you are going to have a great experience first and you were going to be pulled into the story, right? That you were going to be hooked by the game. And then once you were hooked into the game, then the game was like, okay, you can fuck around with all of this shit now. You have an airship. The game is like pseudo open now. You can go and fly anything. You fly anywhere, and it's great. I noticed on Twitter that there was a large overlap between people who had larger pacing concerns and doing all the side content. Not saying that they couldn't have tried out the side content better, but yeah. And I've said this before too. I'm sure that my opinion of FF16 would go up if I did a playthrough of it and I skipped all side quests. I'm sure that I would be like, oh, okay, it wasn't so bad. Um, so I still mean to do that eventually. But I just feel like, yeah, most games probably just need to not even have side quests. Legitimately, maybe just again like somewhere between 3 and 10 side stories that are really well fleshed out and interesting and actually make the game and the world really compelling. And there is really good narrative purpose for those side stories. But side quest slop is just it's just not good. It just doesn't add anything to most games. Again, unless as we mentioned, it's like a CD Projekt Red game, or if it's like literally the Elder Scrolls, um, Grand Theft Auto, games that are really built around that concept, right? Like Breath of the Wild. But for narrative driven games, especially, side quests usually just make the game worse and not better. What are your thoughts on the final boss of Rebirth, story and gameplay? Dunkverse, thank you so much for the super chat and a great question. Um, I'm not like a big fan of of either of those things from Rebirth, if I'm like completely honest. I thought that the final boss fight takes way too long, and the story bits of the final boss fight were contentious to say the least. And yeah, I would say that like for me, where my enjoyment of Rebirth kind of dipped the hardest was the last two chapters. I didn't even mind the Katsa section as much, but I think when I got to those last two chapters, I was crashing the fuck out. I was crashing out with those last two chapters. I already fear the Safer Sephiroth boss fight because I'm like, that thing is going to be 3 hours long, and I think I'm fine with Safer Sephiroth being like that, but I'm just like, another like a second Sephiroth boss fight being that long was just absurd, and the checkpointing between it was also super whack. And yeah, Trails has some great side quests. And well, first of all, thank you, Roy Mustang, for the super chat. Trails has some great side quests. In Azure, you can figure out the mastermind long before the game revealed it to you if you do the side quests. In Sky's second chapter, liberating the Royal Academy is a side quest. That's pretty damn tight. Yeah, I think that the way Trails does it is like really interesting, right? And then NPC dialogue changes. Um, it's pretty interesting. They do put like a lot of intention in that. You unintentionally reminded me of how much I hate that fight didn't have Birth of a God playing. Yeah, so true. I think side quests benefit from different gameplay as well. Makes them feel unique. 16 suffers because you can only interact with the game via combat. You can only design quests around go to this area, pick up X item. Yeah, I think though that you can make a game have pretty diverse gameplay experiences only using combat if you're really smart about it. So one of the ways that you can do this is kind of like with Kingdom Hearts 2. Kingdom Hearts 2 kind of has like a lot of gimmick fights, but there ends up actually being a decent amount of gameplay variety in Kingdom Hearts 2 just because of how flexible they were with the use of that game's combat system and how you have different objectives sometimes. And so it'll feel like you're playing through just different things. It feels like there is actually some diversity whenever you're playing. you know so I think that KH2 is actually kind of um an example of how, yes, you can only have the battle system, but you can use the battle system in a lot of different creative ways to make different gameplay experiences. The pirates one, because you can only kill them in the moonlight, right? Or even like struggling, right? Like the struggle competition. um and I mean, none of it's like super crazy, but um they use the battle system in a ton of really compelling, interesting ways that allow for gameplay diversity to exist just by using the battle system. So I don't think that like inherently they need it like like a card game and 60. I just think that they needed to be like a little creative on different ways that they could have used combat in some of the, I mean, even simple stuff like uh those damn mushrooms. I mean, yeah, like the mushrooms, for example, or like even simple stuff like time attacks. Like, it's not like 40 brained content, but I think that would have even added like at least some type of texture to the types of things you were coming across in the side quests, or like just any interesting way to use the battle system other than just kind of like a free for all. And they do have like some of the challenges where you can only use certain icons and stuff like that. I think that they actually should have integrated that into the game's questing system, because then it would have forced people out of their normal builds and would have got them to experiment with the combat system more. And I think that would have led to greater player satisfaction. I actually do think that like forcing players to use certain icons during certain sections would have helped, because then they would have learned how to actually use all of them, and it would have basically made so that the made for a more competent player, which a more competent player usually is able to get a better experience out of the game. But you as the game designer also have to guide the player to being able to achieve that competence, right? And that's a very difficult thing to do, because there's a lot of games that I think are deceptively deep, way deeper than they actually look, but the game does an extraordinarily poor job of explaining how deep it actually is to you. And especially if the game doesn't present like a challenge that forces you to kind of like look into that depth, then you can kind of just be like, oh, lol, brain dead, even though it's not, even though it actually is like a really well designed system. Again, this all comes back to Kingdom Hearts 2, as all high quality action game design ultimately does. But yeah, Kingdom Hearts 2, like when it first released before Final Mix, again, this is a battle system that has a cult like worship around it, but the general sentiment around KH2 is like, this game is fucking brain dead, especially compared to KH1. Like, what happened? And then Final Mix drops, and people actually have a reason to use all the cool mechanics that Kingdom Hearts 2 actually has. And then all of a sudden they're like, wait, this is actually the best action game ever fucking made. And then like, it's like, yeah, it always was. But whenever you don't have the things there to make people engage with that and make people realize, oh, yeah, I mean, Final Fantasy 16 combat is what people used to accuse KH2 vanilla of being. Right. But the thing is, though, and I think that the problem is, though, is that Kingdom Hearts 2 did get a final mix, and 16 did not. But I guess the thing there would be like, oh, it does. You just have to play Ultimaniac. But then most people aren't playing that. Most people don't even know. I would wager a lot of people don't even know it exists, really. Especially because there's no trophy linked to it, so. I'm not counting Final Mix, that's fair. Okay, let's go ahead and open episode Ardyn. We can keep chatting about this topic while we're booting it up. But, yeah, that's my thoughts on it. I really do think that I was like so sure that CS3 was gonna address that difficulty thing with like a like a patch eventually because they're so good at, you know, being like, we heard you. But then they didn't. So I found that actually like kind of surprising. Oh, I see. I'm misreading what you're saying. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're saying that like it actually is that and not like in an accusational way. I get you now. Icefire, my bad. My bad. Man, I'd love to hear you and the Londi Lodge talk about something. Wait, do I know them? I feel like I know their name. Wait, let me see. They're a YouTuber, right? I think do I follow them? Wait, no, I don't follow them, but I see their thumbnails all the time because they make some pretty good thumbnails. I have not clicked on any of their thumbnails. Okay. I'm gonna subscribe to them if you think I'd have a good conversation with them. Oops. Sorry if you hear me. Oops. I accidentally clicked on my own stream. Okay, there we go. It's weird how KH3 had a bunch of game and watch mini games for no reason. I honestly hate those. Honestly, Kingdom Hearts 3 had too many gimmicks for me, if I'm honest. I felt like at times I was like, yo, can we get to the combat system? I think that KH3's main story has too many goddamn gimmick fights. It annoys the shit out of me. I'm really excited actually to revisit KH3. I don't know if I've told you guys. But I at least wanted to replay 2 and 3 before we got to 4 on here. And the very mid combat system in 3. It's better after Remind for sure. A lot better. I think my main contention with Kingdom Hearts 3 obviously is not Remind. My main contention with Kingdom Hearts 3 is getting to Remind. Right? Like the main problem is that the main story content of Kingdom Hearts 3 like sucks. And that's why I think that people don't understand. Like Kingdom Hearts 3 is just not like it's not a fun MSQ in my opinion, main story quest. It's I don't think I have a good time going through the main story quest of Kingdom Hearts 3. Where I feel like I did have a good time going through the main story quest of KH2. Like I did find KH2's main story quest to actually be really enjoyable. And I don't think I can say that of KH3's. But then I do think the Remind stuff is really good. So KH3's combat wasn't even that mid. It was just trying to balance too much at one to the point where they allowed some options to be turned off or to turn off some mechanics like attraction flow. Sorry, I'm hella dyslexic today. Yeah, I think that like having to turn off attraction flow, you know, they spent all this money on attraction flow and then for the player to turn it off, that's gotta hurt. But that just shows that it was a bad design, right? The fact that people just wanted it off. This feature that they no less spent a ton of fucking money and time on, and they literally just, you can just turn it off. That's pretty damn bad. Right, Mustang. Thank you for the super chat. He says, remove Toriyama and turn-based don't sell Yoshida from leader roles in any FF games, and you'll start seeing side content in FF, like good side content in FF again. I don't know if I would agree with that one fully. Because I think that there's been more than Toriyama and Yoshida making games between there. Because, you know, you also had Tabata, and you also had, I mean, you have Hamaguchi now, and I don't know how you feel about Rebirth side content. Because Toriyama didn't really handle any of the side content in Rebirth, so, but, yeah, so, I don't think that, like, it's just them. I think that ultimately Man, it's like the whole industry is just really bad at making good side content, if I'm honest. I think everyone is bad at it. I really like Keyblade switching and leveling up Keyblades because I hated to give up the Oblivion in one. Yeah. Yeah, because, I mean, like, everyone has, like, a favorite Keyblade, and then they want to use that. And I do think that the Keyblade transformations were a cool idea, but I'm going to be honest. Dry forms are better. Dry forms are better than the shit they have going on. I just like the build-up for dry forms more. Anyways, let's witness the truth. The truth of the Lucian scum that the fake news network has been hyping up. The audio mixing in this DLC is so bad. We'll see if we can, like, turn down the music a little bit and bump up the voice acting, and maybe that'll help.
Long ago, there lived a man, blessed by the gods and revered by the people as their savior. His name was Ardyn Lucis Kylum. And he was to have served as the first king of Lucis.
Versus? I forgot about this.
28-year-old Mars Sapientia. Although Officer Sapientia allegedly reported for duty at his appointed time.
Yo, I forgot that they opened the DLC with Versus.
Officer Sapientia is a tall, fair-skinned male and was last seen wearing his border patrol fatigues. Anyone with information on Officer Sapientia's whereabouts are requested to contact the Crown City Police immediately. And now a word from the Public Information Bureau. Today marks the anniversary of the founding of the Kingdom of Lucis. The Founders Day Committee has prepared a number of attractions in honor of this auspicious occasion.
Oh, that's right, you can look around.
Citadel, as well as a statue of the Founder King himself. All are welcome and encouraged to participate in today's festivities. This has been a message from the Public Information Bureau.
Dawn of the Future in general kind of really heavily referenced Versus.
Today in the Crown City, we expect
Oh,
sunny weather with nothing but blue skies.
I'm on special
Borderlands
assignment.
may experience some inclement weather.
This DLC was probably cheap to make because all of Insomnia was already built in the 1.0 version of the game, yeah. Which is fucking insane. Imagine spending all that money and then being like, we're just not gonna use it for anything. But we'll use the damaged, run-down version for the final dungeon. So much was cut, man. It's so crazy.
Welcome to the Founders Day Festival. In a moment, the parade will begin making its way through the city. King Regis is scheduled to participate in the festivities, circling the Citadel alongside the statue of the Founder King, Somnus Lucis Kylum.
I think Insomnia is such like a fascinating place, right? On one hand, it is literally Japan, right? It's like literally Tokyo. And then on the other hand, it also has like these subtle like Western motifs to it. It's just so interesting.
So this is the city Somnus built on the back of his own flesh and blood. Just look at them, free of care and unaware of the war beyond.
By the way, no one knows that I'm the Chancellor of Niflheim, just walking the fucking streets right now.
Traffic will be stopped entirely during the parade. We thank you for your cooperation.
What need is there to worry when brick and mortar blinds them to the suffering outside? Why venture out into the world when you feel so safe with you? What a life to live.
So what do you think, son? Not every day you get to see the king's personal bodyguards up close.
They're so cool. I want to be a royal guard someday.
And that must be the king's castle.
Yeah, the cultural mashup has definitely always been like one of my favorite parts of FF2. I just think it's so sick. Oh yeah, I forgot that Lotus Juice is in this. That's awesome.
Cursed be the wings of the gods.
The Tale of the Fallen King, Prisoner of Fate. The year is ME734. Spirits are load times are too fast now. You can't even read the load screen anymore. Do you guys remember PS4 load times?
Ardyn.
Like it's crazy. Like on this game specifically. Like the PS4 load times on this game were
You can't
unbearable.
expect me to believe that.
Oh, but I do. You have my word.
Well, in that case... You look exhausted, my love. Are you all right?
I am. The gods bless me with a power and a purpose to cure people of what ails them. I must see their will be done.
Your devotion shall not go unnoticed. The gods will doubtless be watching over you. Just as I shall be watching over you every step of the way. It seems to me the cure for your exhaustion is comprised of two things, one of which is rest.
Oh? And the other?
Is me.
Why is she kind of? I mean,
Oh, Era, pray be with me, always.
boy, I know. The way I'd be, I get it, bro. I'd be crashing out over her too. Roy Mustang, thank you for the super chat. I'll read it in just one sec.
He's alive. Just as the ancient texts told. Who? Take him away.
They got him making demonetization moans right now, bro. It's crazy. Roy, thank you for the super chat. Modern Square 13 onward is just unable to write NPCs, memorable NPCs. I just been playing Dragon Quest V, incredible game by the way. And I'm stunned by how well the NPCs are written. Yeah.
Status
Yeah,
report.
well,
Everything is fine here.
I guess like
Transport the subject to your location.
no, you're kind of right. There haven't been like really good NPCs in a while. I guess maybe like Sid in 16. I guess people would point to Dion.
What's the situation?
Although I guess those are more like the game's party members than anything else. I love the Honeybee Inn guy though. Yeah. Andrea Rodeo was really good. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I fully agree with that or not.
Adagium sighted!
Okay.
Adagium.
Get it back in the cell, no matter what. We can't let that thing off this island.
It's so funny. This is the only place in the game I think we see Kingsglaive, right? Like, I don't think we see the Royal Guard, like, actually, like, in the fucking main game at all.
Seize this. Seize this.
At once!
Ardyn enters overkill when his HP falls to 0. While in this undying state, his attacks deal more damage, but his maximum HP falls every time he takes a hit. When Ardyn's maximum HP falls to 0, the game is over. This is such a more interesting idea than the main game's combat, right? Because in the main game, when you get to like this first incapacitated state, you can't do anything, and it just disrupts the flow of combat, and it doesn't feel good. Whereas this has a greater degree of risk-reward to it. That I feel like is more interesting. Well, if I could, hold on, if I could lock on. Okay, there we go. Yo, will you fucking stop? Thanks. Can you warp strike? Here we go. There we go. I hate the fucking lock-on in this game. Okay. Dodge. Hold to shadow step around the field. Oh, that's right, shadow step. Damn, that's such a sick-ass fucking ability. Ah. Let's see. Hold on. Can you? Okay, you can't air step with Ardyn. I was trying to see if you could air step with him. No, it's not a thing. Land 5 successful strikes, perform a finisher, and create an opening to demonify the enemy. Okay. I'm kind of just fucking around with the controls right now. Figure out what combos Ardyn has. Okay. So you can do that to the side. Okay. And that lets you strafe. Okay. And then if you just do a standard... Okay. Okay. Demonify an enemy. It was like so heartbreaking, like when I first played this. Because I feel like this is the moment where 15's story kind of comes together. I know. On like the 5th DLC, the story comes together, lol. But yes, on the 5th DLC, the story starts to come together. And starts to actually be kind of interesting. And it just makes you think what they could have done with the rest of it. Because again, most of the Dawn of the Future concepts were things that they had always considered making canon, believe it or not. Better late than never, yeah, I know. But this was one of the biggest things missing from the game, was like what the fuck was even happening. And once you have this context, it makes all of Final Fantasy 15 more interesting.
Era.
You missed it earlier, but the soldiers are all human in this DLC rather than magic. Oh, you're right.
Forgive me, brother,
Interesting.
but the throne seats only one. Era! Gods, no!
Ardyn.
Novus Nox, thank you for the super chat. Yes, it gave the there is nothing either good or bad, but thinking makes it so for once. Yeah, that actual concept comes out in Final Fantasy in episode Ardyn, where it feels like it's dropped entirely in the main game. But again, a lot of Dawn of the Future stuff is stuff that's like recycled from Versus. Part of why it's good, and also part of why you know, it's the game at its most interesting. And also a lot of it is stuff that was meant to be in Final Fantasy 15 as well, that they ultimately cut. Again, thank you for the super, I really appreciate it. How can we view the archives? You just feel like you're playing as a fucking villain whenever you see this menu. Holy shit. I was but a boy when I saw my first demon, a wild canine run afoul of the Plasmodia. The fear that should have consumed me was itself engulfed by an intense excitement, much like the dark miasma that spreads across the land and blots out any trace of lighter life. Some might deem me a madman, vilifying me for researching a wicked blade that brings naught but death. However, be it magic technology of old or the demon of our day, understanding that which we fear is a vital step toward enlightenment. The plague that ravaged our star centuries ago died out for a time, and with it went all knowledge of the monsters it spawned. Yet since the discovery of a mutant strain of Plasmodia here on our very soil, that ominous word has re-entered our lexicon: demon. What caused this scourge to resurge? I hypothesize that it began with the rise of our population that began in the later half of this millennium. While the adoption of magitech technology has vastly improved life for citizens across the empire, the territorial expansion it enabled may also reactivate Plasmodia that remained dormant for many years. If so, then the true spread of the scourge may have only begun. Interesting. This is Ardyn's royal arm, I believe. A sword that has stayed at Ardyn's side for roughly 2,000 years, flying forth at his command. One half of a pair, the Raksha blade, was forged alongside the blade of the Mystic, beloved glaive of Ardyn's younger brother Somnus Lucis Kylum. Both blades possess different properties, forming a devastatingly destructive arsenal when wielded together. While one can assume that both swords were imbued with the hope that the brothers Kylum would rule in tandem, envy and ambition ultimately tore the two apart. Cool. Oh wait, is
Nothing here to interest me. Might as well head out. I dare say this outfit wasn't tailor-made. Not the most enthralling view.
Can I fuck around? No. Okay. Why does he run like that? Chat? Why does he run like that, chat? Hey, yo. What the fuck? There's a hallway I think we missed. See if we can make sure we get all these notes here so we can piece together. Why does Ardyn have the 10-2 Yuna run animation? That's a great question. Holy shit. Goofy eye run. I know. I know, bro. Okay. Let's see. Although I dismissed it as some foolish fairy tale, the recent discovery of an ancient text tucked away in one of the kingdom's royal tombs has convinced me adagium is real. According to the tome, this inhuman entity was born of the darkness, has lived in the shadows of Angelgard for some 2 millennia. Perhaps the Lucians feared its supposed human strength and potential for destruction. Yet to let such power go untapped would be incredibly wasteful. The military have scoffed at us researchers for the lack of tangible progress on our Magitech infantry and demonic studies. But if we harvest this immortal monster and harness the secrets it holds, we may indeed laugh last.
Come, have a seat.
Based adagium. Ardyn got the default Japanese video game woman run animation. Yeah, kinda. It's Yuna's Yuna 10-2 run.
Gods above, we thank you for the bounty you have laid before us.
Don't want your food getting cold, do you? Are you enjoying your stay?
No.
You've been asleep for years. Learning to appreciate the waking world will take time. Perhaps I can help enlighten you while we dine.
I cannot take him seriously, bro.
What is this food?
Meat, cloned in this facility.
Cloned?
We cultivated somatic cells, used them as donors to fuse the nucleus transplant cells to the recipient oocytes, and then we...
Enough. I've
Sir.
no ear for the ramblings of a lunatic.
I'm from year, 1. You think I knew about cells and shit? Like, what the fuck?
How long has it been since you brought me here?
204 days. Roughly 7 months or so. Then again, the Lucians had you locked away in that prison for nearly 2 millennia. I'd be more surprised if you hadn't lost all concept of time. You must loathe those Lucians for what they did to you.
He's so right, though. Fuck them Lucians, bro.
What is it you want from me, anyhow? What about me interests you so?
You said it yourself, didn't you? You were chosen by the gods. And frankly, with powers like yours, I'd say you're nearly a god in your own right. We need those powers that you possess. With your strength on our side, we could finally put an end to the gruesome war with Lucis. You too must desire the fall of the kingdom that cast you into exile.
My desires are all in the past.
The man who wronged you may have died long ago, but his descendants live on to this day. Surely you must bear them some feelings of ill will.
My feelings are none of your concern.
Come along.
It really does feel like this episode
This
is like
the fruit of my labor.
where
Small portion of it, that is.
they were like, we can actually make this story still work.
I envy you. A human life is too short to truly understand all there is to know about the world. Go on, have a look. Do watch your step, won't you?
I've made a discovery both startling and astounding. The monster known as Adagium is none other than Ardyn Lucis Kylum, older brother of the founders king of Lucis. Words cannot describe the sense of elation that enveloped me, knowing that I was able to converse with a creature who has lived for hundreds of years. His powers do not cease to amaze. Not only can he absorb the demonic miasma into his body, but he can pass the plague on to others as well. He claims to have gained a glimpse into their psyche when doing so, relive their memories, so to speak. If this is true, then it would seem this man has been blessed with both eternal life and unlimited wisdom. He's practically a god in his own right.
Demons were first officially recognized as a new species roughly 200 years ago. According to ancient texts, however, humans have suffered from a parasitic plague wrought by the demons for upward of 2 millennia. Demonification is caused by a mutant strain of plasmodia that takes root in living creatures and changes their cellular structures. Infected creatures begin to disperse miasmal particles, the spread of which is known as the Star Scourge. This model is a replica made from plaster poured into a demon-shaped cavity discovered deep underground. Demons sublimate when their vital functions cease, so this particular specimen must have vaporized after the mud around it had already solidified. Scientists believe this subject burrowed into the earth in order to shield itself from the light of the sun.
Adagium. That is what the Lucians call the monster they imprisoned for 2,000 long years. His powers surpass those of any mortal, and his body is all but impervious to attack. It's no wonder the Founder King sealed him away on the Isle of Angel Guard. He undoubtedly feared this monster might challenge his reign. It seems fortune smiles upon me. Though the Lucians kept him locked away for 2,000 years, I've managed to secure Adagium for myself. The raging winds and stormy seas may have cast all others away, but the waves parted for me that day and led the way. While I've yet to conduct any official research, the potential he proved in combat was most promising. I estimate his powers easily surpass anything mankind has ever seen. Perhaps this streak of luck has just begun.
Fascinating, isn't it? I pored over the ancient texts and found scarcely a mention of you. I barely believed you existed till I saw you with my own eyes. With your help, my research is proceeding smoothly. You have my thanks.
Wait. Activate this device. Wait, what does that one do? I don't remember. Actually, let's rest and save the game before I do the rest. Progress. Okay. Oh, let's make sure we're collecting these. And then let's read them all. Is there anything over here? Or is that where we came in from? It's where we came in from. Okay. Okay, and then let's look at the world map.
This is our world?
It has been estimated that Eos came into existence some 4.5 billion years ago. Ancient myths tell tales of 6 protector gods who first alighted upon Eos in the ancient Solheim era. Fossils thought to be remains of the oldest members of the human race were discovered in the Pistala region. Some claim that humans discovered fire in the Sukarp region even before the dawn of the Solheim civilization. According to legend, the fire god Ifrit first bestowed his burning wisdom upon a man who later sat the throne of Solheim.
Which, by the way, I feel like this information is best explained here in episode Ardyn. Because in the main game, it's like...
The mechanized civilization of Solheim is presumed to have originated in the Disgai and Klang regions. Exactly when the civilization rose and fell, however, remains the subject of much investigation. The enormous crevasse separating the regions of Klang and Disgai is known as Telpar Crag. It is here that the War of the Astrals is said to have taken place. When Ifrit tried to reduce mankind to ash, the other gods fought back, and some claim this clash caused the collapse of Solheim. It is said that Ifrit, having lost the War of the Astrals, was interred atop the Rock of Ravito. After the war, the ice goddess Shiva allegedly sank into a deep slumber, nestled in the Goravas Rift of Volúp. To this day, no one knows what became of the blade god, Bahamut.
Yeah, except for that crystal that you show that he's in. His precise location.
Can be seen supporting the meteor
but yeah,
at the heart of the disk of Kothis in Disgai.
But no one knows where he's at, though. And then they show a picture of his exact location.
At center, we see what I presume to be Lucian warriors and the kings of yore. I've learned a great deal about the first king of Lucis, but I never knew he was second in line. It seems to depict a legend in which the chosen king dispels the darkness. If that's true, does that mean Lucis intends to someday stand above all others? Their trifling tales mean nothing in the face of our superior technology. Only we can restore balance to our world. At the top of the painting, we see the Oracle herself. The
Yo, why is Ancient Luna kinda...
originating with Eromirus Flore. Only they possess the power to commune with the gods. This painting depicts the Oracle as some goddess of light herself. She'd doubtless prove a powerful ally if she could be persuaded. On the sides of the frame, we see the Hexathian. Conspicuously absent is the traitorous god of fire who started the Great War of old. Perhaps developing a deeper understanding of the demons will bring us closer to comprehending their divine counterparts. But what if I were to find a way to combine those two disparate elements? By my estimation, the grotesque creatures depicted here are likely demons. Could this mean these monsters will be harbingers of the apocalypse? If only we could find a way to harness their power for ourselves.
The line of Lucis was chosen to eradicate evil from Eos. And with the divine on their side, how could they fail?
And then what the hell was this? Activate device.
Given the demon's aversion to light, they typically stick to the shadows until the sun fades and the night falls. Adagium, however, is different. Unlike his demon brethren, he can still function uninhibited in broad daylight. Of course, the ultraviolet rays harm him, much like they would any other demon. Yet his cells regenerate quickly enough to essentially negate the damage.
Yeah. It stings. Like the light of the sun. Perhaps I'd best cover up.
And that's why Ardyn is covered from head to toe. Right? Although I dismissed it as some foolish fairy tale, the recent discovery of an ancient text, we read that one, is one of these in here. They kind of appear in a way that's like not... And why doesn't it fucking tell you like what you've read and what you haven't read? The Lucian soldiers' reliance on their monarch's magic is nothing new, nor do I expect the armed forces to switch up their strategy in the near future. It thus stands to reason that we sought to devise a plan to inhibit their abilities by whatever means necessary. I've given much thought to the idea of suppressing the Lucian's magic, while it will be some time until we have a working prototype. I believe we have a fully functioning jamming device added to our Magitech arsenal before long. Further combat data would certainly help speed along the development progress, especially data related to the Divine. What a thrill it would be to take down a god using the form of one of their helpers. The team we dispatched to Telpar Crag has returned with a fascinating report. Their landing craft came under assault by a flying dragon as soon as they entered the valley. Hearing their story, I could not help but recall a passage I once read about the legendary Blade Master, which stated he guarded the Founder King with his glaive in hand and his dragon at his side. This would mean that the creature they encountered has been guarding that gorge for nearly 2 millennia. And if one of these Lucian legends has proven true, then perhaps the kingdom's fairy tales are more than mere rumors after all, even the whispers about the Undying. How hard would it have been to tick off stuff you read fully? I know. Like literally every game does, right? A painting of unknown authorship that depicts the legends foretold in the cosmogony and then passed down to the... Okay. That's just reiteration on what we've already seen. Cool.
This must be how the gods feel looking down upon our world. Here we have a model of imperial territory. It includes our present lands as well as our future acquisitions.
The 4th, 5th, and 6th ones are the ones that you skipped earlier since you read the later ones out of order. Oh, okay. Thanks. Damn. Did you rewind or is your memory just that good?
There's something you should see. Come with me.
God damn, bro.
I found something most interesting on the Rock of Ravito. If my experiment on this specimen succeeds, it might provide the information you've been looking for. This way.
Is that...
Ifrit the Infernian.
There was one line behind you missed. Oh. It's fine.
Subjugated a god and brought him here?
He was sound asleep, just like the legend said he'd be, so we put him on ice. Do you think you could turn him
into a demon?
If you managed to demonify a deity, you could learn truths no mere mortal could ever dream of knowing. You'll access 2,000 years of his memories, and if you can control him, he'll be a weapon of supreme power. It's certainly an enticing offer, isn't it? just think you could exact sweet revenge through divine retribution?
How do you know what I want?
I don't, but I know you have no other options. Well, shall we? Come see the fruits of my Magitech research. This way. The ancient civilization of Solheim, forefathers of our magic technology, once flourished on this land. Had they not incurred the wrath of the gods, they may have remained prosperous to this day.
And you wish to restore them to greatness?
To surpass them, which is why I need you to lend me your strength. But I'm certain magic technology and demons are the keys to unlocking the door to a new future. Lucians? But how?
Code me, squad. Adagium sighted.
Requesting backup from Nimbus Squad.
Shutting down communications until all clear.
It's like so crazy. You don't see Kingsglaive in the main game, but you do see them here. But I guess there's a reason, right? Because all the Kingsglaive are gone after the Kingsglaive movie, for the most part. Well, kinda. That fucking warp strike is sick as shit, bro. Now, if he could stop moving around like that, would be great. Demonify enemies to fill the Plasmodia bar and conjure spectral arms to increase your attack power. Here we go.
Such power.
It's crazy they even thought that, like, Kingsglaive would be able to take down fucking Adagium, right? This is basically like Kingsglaive taking down, like, basically the king. Like, why did they think this would work? I mean, I guess they had to try, right? But it is also kind of like, yo, that's definitely not gonna work.
Blast!
They likely didn't know the full extent of Ardyn's power. I don't even think Ardyn knew how powerful he had become. Yeah, I think you're right. Oh shit! What was I supposed to do there? Hold and then press when the Plasmodium bar to inflict royal retribution on your enemies. Okay.
Oh, Infernian, grant me the power to take Somnus, his people, and his cursed kingdom, and burn them all to the ground! No! I I was the one chosen to be king?
His voice sounds so pure. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they did a really good job. Darren DePaul did such a great job portraying him here and everywhere, really. But, like, there's, like, a purity to his voice that you can find here that is not present in the main game that I really enjoy before he becomes evil.
Era.
Forgive me. I defied the will of the gods and revealed to Somnus you had been chosen to be king. I never dreamt he would try to kill you.
But he did. Somnus fooled everyone so he could usurp the throne. Everything that happened, it's all his fault.
No. Listen to me. It's my fault. I'm the one who ruined your future. This was divine retribution for my sins.
You've no sins to atone for. Gods! Answer me! Why have you burdened us with this fate? Oh no! Hera! Please!
In the names of the gods above, fulfill your calling, Ardyn, and punish me for my sins.
Hera.
Kill me.
That's right. Kill her. Put that monster out of its misery, just like I did.
I can't. My calling is to save lives.
Just like you saved that innocent man by turning him into a demon.
Please, Ardyn. You must live.
I can't. Not without you.
Come. Why not give the lady what she wants?
If you win, Versus isn't canceled.
Once again, you failed to save her. No surprise. A monster can do naught but destroy.
Man, bro, we gotta destroy Lucis. I'm sorry.
I'll never forgive you, Somnus. This monster may not be able to destroy you, but I'll see to it that I destroy everything you built.
I think that's actually the most emotionally effective scene in the game for me.
No longer shall I supplicate you for pardon. No longer shall I sojourn toward the light. Nay, the path I intend to tread is paved with blood and darkness. No longer shall I seek your guidance. This path is mine to tread alone.
Man, such an excellent scene. Wish it was in the game, but
The Empire's
very
demonic
good scene.
experiments bore fruit before long, precipitating the production of a Magitech infantry. As recognition for his contribution to this research, Ardyn Azunia was inaugurated as Imperial Chancellor. Thanks to its newfound firepower, Niflheim managed to break the stalemate that shackled the nation for more than 100 years, and, in turn, forced Lucis to scale back its magical barrier.
Yo, why is this explaining the
untimely
Insomnia
passing of
invasion
King
better
Wars
than
ushered in
the game?
Era of a new monarch, and the young Regis Lucis Kylum succeeded the throne. Meanwhile, Ardyn began to spread the Star Scourge throughout the world, stealing people's memories and learning as much about the kingdom as he could. In time, those memories began to merge with his own, gradually transforming him into a wicked echo of his former self. And now, at long last, the time for his revenge has come.
I feel like this explains everything better than the actual game does. It's like, it's so crazy. The actual game is just laughable next to how well this gets across all the information and how well it communicates it on an emotional level too. This is what happens when you get some time to cook. Yeah. Yeah.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Is this thing on? Greetings, people of the Kingdom of Lucis. Do forgive me for interrupting the festivities, but I must tell you, this day of rapturous revelry shall be your last. Call it divine retribution. False kings and fraudulent nations are fated to perish.
Who is he? We've yet to ID him. Whoever he is, it's clear he wishes us harm. You stay here. I am going to put a stop to this madman.
Time to set to
Yeah, there is a animated prologue to this. And it's pretty damn good. But I don't know if we can watch it on stream or not.
Identified the creature? Not yet, but we believe it to be demonic in nature. A demon. But how could it possibly withstand the daylight? For now, help the citizens evacuate. The Vanguard will take care of the giant. Absolutely, sir. The ground guard is almost wiped out, sir. Target is still on the move. Special forces are on the way. Try to hold out until they arrive.
This is how summon should have worked in the base game? Yeah, I know. I think it would have, made the PS4 explode in the open world, though. But it's hard to say. But basically, you're saying that summons in the base game should have worked like Final Fantasy VII Remake. And I don't disagree. In fact, the whole game should have worked like Final Fantasy VII Remake. Press L and then hold D-pad when tech bar is complete. Okay. Oh, it's just like any other tech bar. Okay. In the game. Braga. Wait, you're right. I forgot. He basically does work like how they work in Final Fantasy VII Remake. It like literally is how they work in FF7R, ATB and all. It is the same shit, dude. Holy fuck. Oh shit. Knocked over.
Not even close.
Is this truly the best Lucis can muster?
Let's go!
Yes, sir. One of our officers seems to be controlling the Infernian. We can't get an idea. What? Find out who he is at once. There seems to be some kind of disturbance. What's going on?
Whatever do you mean?
FF7R ripped off at FF15, saying that was up on Twitter, wanting to put your head on the stick. I know. I guess you could argue that FF12 did something similar too. And then kind of like, I guess, but yeah, it's pretty cool. Wall amplifiers also strengthen the Royal Guard stationed around them. Disable the amplifiers to weaken the enemy's defensive capabilities. Cool. We're gonna go for all of them.
The location of all the devices they're using to amplify the wall. They seem to be positioned on rooftops around the city. Find them and destroy them.
With pleasure.
I'm gonna get all the hats. I forget like what you have to do to get them. So it's been too long. Press L to perform the Phantasmal Leap. Oh, is it?
Over here.
What the fuck? Okay. Can I go for that one first? Spider-Man ass game. Bro, imagine this was Noctis and you're just warp striking between hey, it's the best DLC. I know. Imagine like you were able to warp strike across the rooftops of Insomnia. The Insomnia that was already built out with the 1.0 build of the game, by the way. That already fucking existed. And we have to fight Yojimbo here, looks like. No, it's not. It's what's a guardian that looks like him? I forget like what his name is. Shadow step behind enemies to blindside them. Successful blindsides can leave foes vulnerable to demonification. Okay, cool. Oh shit. Dang. Ardyn combat kind of fucks, bros. And the summons are actually good. I wonder if they could have even overhauled summons in the main game
It doesn't seem to have had any effect just yet.
to be more similar to... Because, you know, they had plans to do some stuff. Earn ability points by demonifying enemies and use that AP to activate nodes on the Demon Sphere and acquire new abilities to aid your main quest. Dude, they were getting so ambitious with this shit. Oh, okay. Spectral energy. And I want double jump. And we'll go with that.
Sir, one of the wall amplifiers has been destroyed. But why would he target them? Is this a nip attack? We haven't sighted any Imperial soldiers inside or outside the wall, sir. Then they must have sent him to do their dirty work. Stop him at once, sir!
Where the hell is the treasure? Oh, there it is. I was about to say, I'm like, bro, what the fuck? This DLC fucks.
I must say, I expected more from you.
Dude, trying to find these treasures is like trying to find like a needle in a haystack. See, when the map tells you, it's like the city is so big compared to the little tiny treasure. Okay, there we go. Yeah, Persona 3 is the best, chat. Okay, buy hats. Wait. The currency inside the capital is yen? Of course it fucking is. Alright. Also, this DLC puts a lot of emphasis on optional environment destruction, which I think extra points was a big thing they were working on implementing in Luminous. Yeah, basically, Season 2 of the DLC was kind of like their way of being like, we're gonna make all the promises actually happen. And then they like really wanted to, you know, make all the stuff that we wanted be in the game.
Well, better luck next time, I suppose. Can't say you didn't try. Perhaps I'll take the high road.
Like, man, dude, just imagine warp striking around here. And like how much fun that shit would have been. We were so robbed, bros. We were so fucking robbed.
Over here.
Let's see. I guess I could press down on the D-pad to... Okay. Charge the gauge, but... Ah, I see. And now I have stasis. Makes sense. And they were really figuring out how to make the game fun, like actually figuring out how to make the combat good. And like it just sucks.
This is going to hurt.
But also, I have to say, everyone is more fun to play than Noctis. Not that Noctis's gameplay is like fucking terrible per se, but like everyone else's gameplay is just like so much better and interesting. Like literally every character's gameplay is its own fucking game. Right? It's so unique and interesting. Shit. I like let myself be hit by that. Oh, I should have did Meteor Strike. So that's a new ability. Did it miss because we're in this like thing? Oh fuck. Let's bring him out here. Bro, why is this so much better than Noctis gameplay? Andrew Brown, thank you for the super chat. Do you think FF15 wasn't abandoned? It would reach FF7R levels of mastery for the devs? I don't know if it would reach FF7R levels, but I do think that it would have became a really respectable Final Fantasy game by the end. I think if they finished the DLC and all of their plans to basically restore the game to like what they wanted it to be, it would have probably been a lot of people's like top 5 Final Fantasies instead of a game that like makes people crash out. I think this game with finished DLC and finished content, people would probably rate it higher than they currently do 16. I think if you ask most people, they'd probably say 16 is the better game between the two. But I think most people would have preferred this game over 16 if they had finished the content they had planned. Honestly, think that this probably would have been a lot of people's favorite modern Final Fantasy if they just finished the content. And I don't even mean Versus. I just mean like if they actually finished 15 itself, it probably would have been everyone's favorite modern FF. And I think just Dawn of the Future and all the updates that they wanted to do would have been enough.
Things are going swimmingly.
Wonderful. Here's hoping you can do some right. He's going after the wall amplifier circle.
Yeah. I think actually I was surprised that I didn't get my ass beat for the tweet that I made the other day, if you guys saw. I was really shocked that I didn't get beat up for saying that. Because basically what I said is that like technically 16's the better game, which I feel is true, but I think that like 15 is the way more interesting game between the two, right? It's more ambitious, even when it's flailing and like tripping over its own dong. It's just more interesting, right? And yeah, I still understand like if that alone is like not enough for people to be truly interested in it, but I found it really intriguing on that premise alone, and ultimately it touches more on the notes of Final Fantasy for me more than I feel 16 does, which again, I was really expecting to have my ass torn asunder for that take, but I was actually kind of shocked to find a lot of people actually agreed with that assessment. Well, I think part of that tag is, or wait, I mean Icefire, sorry. I think part of that Icefire is it's just like, it depends on if Final Fantasy for you is like Nomina Final Fantasy partially. And then also too, I think that even deeper than that, I think that this game like really succeeds on its characters. Are like not on its characters, but like on like the dynamic of the characters. By the end, you still feel the final scene at the campfire, right? Like you still are like, damn. And I think that actually kind of ultimately is the Final Fantasy part for me. The Warriors of Light coming together and Lotus Juice was so perfect for this, dude. Like, like this is just like the perfect music to have playing for this. What's the vending machine do again? I forget. Oh, you can just buy items like anything else. Yeah, we don't need items. I feel like the combat here is good enough that that I feel in control enough to be able to skill through stuff. Rather in the main game where I feel like I'm just flailing around a lot of times and I don't have a good rhythm. Can I not warp over there?
Forgive me, but I'm in a bit of a hurry. Well, I suppose I'll just have to kill you all at once. Over here! Begin the attack!
Yeah, and so like I just imagine this being like Noctis, like warp striking around, and like maybe like we're doing the Insomnia invasion, and Noctis is just warping around. Insomnia, I bet that would have been so cool, man. But yeah, Ardyn combat, unironically, fucks so hard.
Don't hold back now.
I was sworn to
Pretentious, what's up, man? Kingsglaive was a pretty rough movie, wasn't it? Yeah, kind of. It still might still be the best Final Fantasy movie, though, ironically.
I pray you won't disappoint. Must stop you. All hail the Almighty!
This is it. Must stop you.
Over here.
This is it.
Perish!
Must stop you.
The king must be in his castle. Never fear, Your Majesty.
Even with barely any upgrades, Ardyn is fucking overkill. I know. Wait, I forget. Is there a fight that unlocks at the end of episode Ardyn, like a super boss, like in all the other episodes? There is. Is it Noctis or is it who is it? I forget who it is. You fight Noctis and the bros at once. Oh, okay, yeah.
You ought to evacuate lest you get
Okay, it's been a long time.
Yes, but there's something I must attend to first. I've got a king to kill.
What? That wasn't part of the plan.
I finished my work. Now it's time to play.
But we...
No, Barbs. You just stick to your plan and keep the boys in black busy for me. Now, off to see His Majesty who lives in the house that Somnus built.
What's the situation? Unfavorable. The target has been destroying all the wall amplifiers. Who is he? We can't identify him. But he's a skilled combatant. And he seems to have the Infernian under his control. I fear we must prepare for the worst, Your Majesty.
Let's see. Dissension. I love it. Dark Tornado. Hold circle to conjure a whirling dark energy, and then use the left stick to aim, and use that to unleash. Cool. Cerberus Zero? Summon a sniper rifle? Dang. Absorb enemy particles when... More enemy particles. We don't even need more. You can, like, skip this whole row together. Ardyn is so busted, like... Why the fuck would you even need, like... Oh, like, let me upgrade my HP and MP. Like, brother... Get good. You're gonna need more HP and MP, trust. What for? King Regis? I don't remember him being that hard, eh? Or do I carry that over into the Noctis fight? Wait, do you carry your stats over into Noctis? The Noctis fight?
Can't say you didn't try. Time to make that. Well, shall we get started? I must say,
Bros.
expected more from you.
Bros. Holy shit. Oh, I didn't mean to do that again. Oh well. That's cool. Andrew Brown, thank you so much for another super. I think the next FF7 game subtitle will be Reborn, as there's One Ring Angel Rebirth and One Ring Angel Reborn. The only reason I would not do Reborn is because I feel like it is too similar to Rebirth. It's almost like it's basically the same word, but like a different conjugation. But yeah, I wouldn't mind it. Thank you again so much for the super chat, bro. I appreciate it. Nah, Reunion's already taken by Crisis Core, although it shouldn't have been. Easily one of the best FF villains. I completely agree. Someone was asking, like, in what ways do I feel 15 is better than 16? I definitely would say Ardyn is one of those ways, right? Man.
That was thoroughly disappointing.
Guys, imagine if they finished this shit. Oh my god. Imagine if they finished Final Fantasy 15. Imagine. And yeah, the destructible environments are back. Dude, imagine. Oh shit, fuck, I was looking at my phone. Okay. There we go.
How lucky you are to know the sweet release of death.
Destroy the pillar? Dang! Imagine if they finished the game! That's so Versus.
How tragically weak you are.
Ultimate from 16 was literally Ultimate from Tactics, but people aren't ready for the conversation about glazing Tactics has gotten for decades. Deserved. Yet a lot of the deserved complaints about 16 narrative are also equally applicable to Tactics. Anyway, I think that's a fire I'll walk away from. I haven't played Tactics, but yet. But that's not a good way to advertise me playing it. To get me to play it faster. But I do hear it's one of the best FF stories. But I will get around to playing Tactics eventually. Oh, don't forget to save just in case. Oh yeah, holy shit, we have not saved all this time. We should have an autosave somewhere in here, but... This game is kind of the game that made Square look incompetent as a developer, honestly. Because I don't think anyone... Well, honestly, it started with 13. Like, let's be real. But, well, this game and 13. Like, the entire Fabula Nova Crystallis is where that idea that Square can't finish a game in a timely manner got started. And then, this and 14 1.0. Right, and then because this was taking so long, Kingdom Hearts 3 couldn't get started. And because Kingdom Hearts 3 couldn't get started, and then it does just kind of keep adding up when you like really think about it. But all of it goes back to Crystal Tools. All of it goes back to FNC.
I must say, I expected more from you. I'm afraid to be cut from the force.
Yo. Wow, we hit like fucking nothing. Okay. Like 13 is like when the series started becoming more divisive. Yeah, because I think 12 was also divisive, but I don't think it was like crazy like 13 when it first came out. That's when things were like really like, yo. 12 is when things started to kind of slip away from like consensus, but it was ultimately still like a good, respectable game. Not to say that 13 isn't, but like I think that like most people still respect what 12 was at the time, even when they didn't like it. Yeah, because technically you can go back to like FF12's development and, you know, how... I think that Matsuno honestly left Square, and I don't know this based on anything, but like I really do think that he probably just left Square because it just wasn't a good company for him to be at the time, right? The official reason is health issues, but like I always kind of wonder about that, if he just didn't just check out of Square for other reasons. What am I doing? Where's this bitch at? Oh, there he is. Or she. This isn't the rogue. One of them is a woman. I forget. I think it's the rogue, right?
All hail the Almighty!
Square Enix, even when it was Squaresoft, he had issues with how it's run. Part of why FF Tactics Story is what it is, right? Yeah. To some degree, there's an argument that could be made that Square was always super poorly ran. It's just that when HD development happened... Oh, fuck, I missed. It's just that when HD development happened, that was kind of like the point where things were so complex that the mismanagement was no longer acceptable, I guess, if that makes sense. Like, it no longer worked. And the fact that things weren't well-oiled meant that they were kind of breaking apart. Okay, let me actually focus on this for a second. Because I'm getting my ass kind of handed to me.
I've had enough.
Damned monster. So this is it.
Flash before my very
The way parries work in episode Ardyn is so much better than the main game, by the way. So much better.
Not even close. Think you can kill me? I'd love to see you try. Not even close. Giving up the hunt already?
Damned monster.
Oh dear, you look like you've seen
Nice.
Don't hold back now. Where's your head? How tragically weak you are.
Yeah, when people say Square Enix produces a lot of games, they really just mean that Enix produces a lot of games. Like, this is something we were talking about recently. But, like, the Squaresoft side of Square Enix is, like, really low on output nowadays. Like, criminally low.
I must say, I expected more from you.
Yeah, so Nier is Enix, technically, because that's more of the Enix lineage. Oh, that's why you recommend upgrading the HP and MP? Oh, okay. I still want to do it last, though. Wait, can you just do these out of order? Rising Phantom? To wipe out enemies in a server. How does this work? Oh shit. Wait. Can I? Oh, fuck, wrong button. Really? How is that one supposed to work then?
Time to hit that down.
But yeah, this is also something too I was thinking about, like with regards to turn-based stuff, is that I'm like, wait, I was like, if you really think about it, it's somewhat true that the Square Soft side of the business doesn't make many turn-based games anymore, because the only Square Soft IP that's turn-based is Saga, I think, and that's like it. But for the most part, Live Alive is Squaresoft, yeah. But the remaster was still like Enix, right? It was still Team Asano. You know what? Fuck it, bros. What the fuck? No! No! Stop! Stop. This is not the way it's supposed... Bro, what the fuck? Let me just... In the elbow. In the elbow. Hey, stop. Stop. Oh, shit. Warping. You little bitch. I'm not sure, like, even, like, what the practical utility of that weapon is, of this weapon, because I feel like, it's funny as hell, though. I really like using it. Damn, bros, y'all will not let me have any fun. Sad. Okay, there we go. Really? Really? Okay, I think this weapon sucks, bros. It's a cool idea, but not practical. Maybe it's just me. Oh shit, that lets him parry. I just noticed that. Well, I didn't just notice it, but I get the message now, I should say. To not attack when they have that out. That's so cool. Destructible environments, chat.
Oh dear, did I do that?
The fucking Versus epic, chat. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Two of them. Oh, I should have used Flames of Rage. So we haven't used that yet.
All hail the Almighty!
Oh, maybe. Oh, never mind. Yeah, maybe she doesn't disappear until I do this.
An eye for an eye!
Now we can do it. Flames of Rage.
Praise be to the gods above! Over here! Must stop you. This is it. Perhaps I'll take the high road.
It's like embarrassing how much better the combat is in this DLC, but yeah. Wait, where the fuck is the actual rest stop? Like literally, where the fuck is it? You walked past it? Really? It's the bench with the magazines? Oh. Are we still in combat? Maybe? Huh. Yeah, it doesn't work. Oh shit. What am I doing? Oh.
I must say,
It's my turn now, watch me retaliate. No one can fully understand any wrong, but the backstabber is the obvious one. But if it ain't not done, nutty, I'm the only one. A lot of bother me like lonely ones, nothing. The most tonic, get ready for me.
it's going to hurt.
Fuck.
Oh, giving up the hunt already. How tragically weak you are.
Can I? Yeah, there we go.
Chaos begins here, so come here.
This is going to hurt.
Bro, who's the scar of this checker place? Blah, 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 blah. Eat my ass, bro. Who just scarred the checker place? It's me, bro. I dodge him. I dodge these nuts. You killed 10 offline and shit? Okay, I was actually wondering what happened with that game, because I didn't hear much about it after. So I was like...
The enemy forces have begun their infiltration. I'm going in, as will I. No, Your Majesty. We must get to safety at once. I have sworn to safeguard the future of our nation.
Okay, let's get this one more camp here and then save, and then we're gonna head to Reggie. Oh, let's do it. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, no. Oh, you can't move. I think the other analog stick also moves the rifle. Bros. Will you... What is the... How does anyone properly use this rifle? I just don't understand. I must be, like, really stupid. Didn't they literally just copy and paste Noctis's rifle to Ardyn? I feel like they did, and I don't know why. I guess they just needed stuff to fill the abilities, but yeah.
Say you didn't try.
But we don't need anything, right? Buy the high potion back I used, I guess. Noctis has no right, doesn't he? Isn't there like a... There's like a rifle you can get in the game that lets you aim for Noctis specifically. And it was in the game before Prompto gameplay. And you can use it to like break off like the horns and shit, like if you target the body parts. We didn't really do any of that in the... This game.
That was totally disappointing.
Yeah, one of the Niflheim bases has it, yeah. And you can get it and you can aim. Pretty sure, yeah. I remember that being a thing. Again, we haven't really done it in this playthrough. But I don't really remember the rifle at all. Dude, this game is like weapon types the fucking game. Like there's so many goddamn weapon types and like things that you can do in Final Fantasy 15. The only thing that you can't do in Final Fantasy 15 is play a complete story. But in terms of just things to do, there's like an insane amount of just shit that can be done in Final Fantasy 15. It's so crazy. Honestly, you know, like...
This will be just fine.
And then you have to, like, tab out of the weapon. So you can't just, like, use the weapon and then do the demonification. You have to, like, tab back to the sword. And then do it, which is annoying as fuck.
I suppose I'll just have to kill you all at once.
Oh shit. Can I use the rifle? Can I warp up here? And I'm so determined to use the rifle. I want to make it work because I like the idea of it.
How about a change of pace? Scared?
Okay, is there one more up here we missed? Okay, after this one, we're going to Reggie, for sure. Probably best to use it from a distance. Yeah, but then like the distance on it like fucking sucks. Like bad. Like real bad. Let's descend, brothers. Receive items after demonifying an enemy. We don't need that. That's like literally the only thing we don't need. Yeah. We can let that lie.
Though it pains me to say this, I'm afraid you're out of luck.
Ha! He said the line. He said it, Chut.
How lucky you are to know the sweet release of death.
Yeah, this is a really good Persona 3 song, bros. Ardyn reload. Bro, imagine being like a 2,000-year-old fucking demigod and you're just shooting motherfuckers with a rifle. Like, it's great. Oh my god. Makes no goddamn sense, but I like it.
Attention, first wave personnel. Prepare for deployment.
Not even close. No despair.
Here he comes! Defend the city!
Defend the city ass motherfuckers. The fuck does Flames of Rage do again? Oh, I guess I need to start using my armature thingy before it runs out. Let's see. Here we go. I just like my combos with it so much.
I pray you won't disappoint.
Defend the city at all costs!
Begins here, so come here. Become the king, go to king. This will be John. Here goes.
Nice.
Think you can kill me? I'd love to see you try. Over here. It's going to hurt.
What the fuck?
Oh dear. You look like you've seen
Even Ardyn's basic combo string is so much better than Noctis's, I know. Wait, are you vulnerable? You are.
But of course, make yourselves at home. I have some other business to attend to, so I'll...
Bros, you rest at benches to recover. I do think that episode Ardyn is the first Final Fantasy VII Remake. People are too cowardless to admit it, but when you consider the summon and the bench, this is the first FF7R.
Oh my, what big walls you have. All the better down upon his enslaved subjects from. Time to call in a favor with the king and have him summon my beloved brother.
Something wrong, officer?
Ah, you must be His Majesty.
I'm pleased to make your acquaintance. Why are you here?
Why, for you.
The Royal Arms. Who are you?
You ought to know, being a man of royal blood yourself. Adagium. In the flesh. Here to bring the bloodline of Lucis to an end. Take this! Give me Adagium. On my honor as king, I will vanquish you. Oh, what an awful thing to save your own flesh and blood. Take this!
Aw, dang. I didn't get my Rise of the Phantom off. Hello? Wow, broke my 70 hit string. Unbelievable.
Must I? Really? By whom, may I ask? I expected more from a legendary king of Lucis. Will certainly disappoint.
Is Force Stealer in his armature? It is. You can see Force Stealer in it. Oh, fuck. Oh, damn, he's gonna check me. Oops. I didn't hit it fast enough. Dude, this arrangement of Song of the Stars goes hard as fuck. The only thing Ardyn gameplay needs is like a recovery. Like when you hit dodge, you can kind of like bounce back. Other than that,
Here goes.
damn near perfect.
This horse shan't fall. Try this.
Dang. What if I... Fuck! No! Let me do it!
Give up. Can't let him win.
Okay. It's not meant to be. Yo, why can't I... Okay. There we go. Sorry, King Regis.
It's over. You're sloppy.
Oh, shit.
Here goes. thought the fun's just begun. Summon the old wall.
How do you know about that?
I've heard the souls of kings reside within those statues. Of course, that's only hearsay. Why not summon the wall so we can see for ourselves? What I wouldn't give for a chance to speak with the Founder King himself. Come out, Somnus! The longer you wait, the longer he'll suffer! Huh?
Missed the Versus reference? Oh no, I caught it. It's the reference of like Noctis and Lupus when they fight.
Is he dead? Oh dear. Perhaps I don't know my own strength. Huh. Well,
Brother.
Somnus. Haven't seen you for years. 2000 in fact. And whose fault do you think that is?
Icon versus Icon. Let's go.
You were tainted, unfit to sit the throne.
Can I not? There we go.
Return to the darkness whence you came.
Now, but I'm having so much fun.
Holy OST. Let's fucking go.
Dear brother, too afraid to become an expensive toy and come face with yourself. Let the game.
So this is actually like how they should have done the Titan fight, like in the game. Like this is how the Titan fight should have looked.
How could one so impure possess such power? You're not a match. I was right to have sealed you away. You truly are a monster, brother.
Don't be facetious. The only monster.
Dang. And dude, this shit is like so sick. We're like fighting with Ifrit. Like literally Icon versus Icon type shit. Like I'm not just memeing, but like it kind of does have that vibe. Can I pop an ether in there? Or do I have to land?
I am destined to be special. Yet I have nothing to set me apart. Nothing at all.
Until you stole it from me, you ripped it from my arms.
This is a more memorable boss fight than anything that happens in the main game, by the way. I didn't think I touched that, but okay. We'll let the game believe that that was fair.
first donned the crown, I put on the ring. When I first received my calling, I understood that the demons
We're like
be allowed to rule.
in like the middle of Somnus's ball sack right now.
Be allowed to sit the throne.
And we just missed with that attack. Oh.
Tales and fallacies. All of it.
This boss fight is harder right now. The huge armored giant of the camera. The camera for sure. I was looking at Somnus's ball sack for most of the fight.
What I did to you was unforgivable. But I did it for the future.
That was framey as hell.
Of our people.
That's crazy.
A small sacrifice for the good of society. How noble.
Our line has done everything in our power to protect our people, just as the gods bade. I was merely fulfilling my calling.
And here I thought I was the Blessed One, but it was you all along.
I dare not ask your forgiveness. I do ask your understanding.
Yeah, that wasn't the stream. Your camera got laggy. I think it was bitrate or no. It was laggy on my end too. I think it just like literally lagged my entire PC.
Your soul.
Yeah.
Repose, brother.
I think that's yeah, it was both for sure. Because I was looking at the game and it was lagging for me too, yeah. So that wasn't like stream lag. That was like my PC crunching under the weight.
I shall not let thee become a slayer of kings.
Why? Why do the gods deny me my revenge?
Because thou hast been chosen to serve a different purpose. To spread darkness throughout the world is thy true calling.
Darkness?
Soon, the true king will be born unto Lucis. He shall lead the people as their beacon of hope, and drive away the darkness.
True king?
Thou shalt be his
interesting.
sacrifice, the limitless shadow that ushers in the light.
Why must I continue to suffer? Have I not already sacrificed enough?
The king awakens, summoning the power of his forebears. He shall, at last, relieve thee of thy suffering. Then the line of Lucis shall come to an end, and the revenge thou seekest shall finally be found. So it is ordained, and so shall it be.
You say I am not the savior of man, but his sacrificial lamb. And that I live only to die by the hand of the heir to an ill-gotten throne. That is the fate the gods have chosen to bestow upon me!
The very same. To follow destiny if thou dare, but know that it may grant thee a life of darkness unending, devoid of death's reprieve. What say thee, Ardyn?
Wait, what does this do again? What happens if I resist fate?
Not once have I begged the gods for such a blessing. And I do not intend to kneel before you now.
It doesn't do anything? Okay, cool. That's what I thought, but I couldn't remember.
Oh, I'm no mortal. I'm a monster. The path men tread was never meant for me. Mine is paved with blood and darkness.
Pitiful creature. If thou wilt fight against fate, so shall it be.
Ghosts do naught but haunt my tortured soul. Please, Era, won't you free me from this curse?
Should have been me. 100%.
Pierce my heart if you must, but you will never kill my resolve.
The gods who rule above and the men who reign below shall lend their strength to the King of Kings. Only a fool would defy such opposition. Though mankind may not realize, everything in this world is preordained. Man exists solely by the grace of the gods and cannot live without. Resist if thou must, but know thy struggles are in vain.
I don't know why, but the Square Enix logo after that monologue is like so funny. That's like the funniest shit ever to me. The SE logo being there feels intentional, yeah. That shit is fucking funny, bro.
Am I alive? Oh, does it matter? Perhaps not.
Imagine if we gotten more of this in the actual game. So true.
None of it. Not the blessed gods above, nor the accursed kings below. To hell with them all. All that matters is I have my revenge. I will spread this scourge across the earth, lure out this king of light, and kill him. Then, the entire world of Eos will be drenched in the darkness of despair for time eternal.
Damn, dog. Chill out. Darren DePaul would be a good Joker. He would. 100%. What a great piece of DLC, man. It's really unfortunate. Sorry, let me swallow my nuts. It's really unfortunate that things had to end here. This is where they were at their peak. And they created the best content in the game. Combat was starting to feel really good. The game was just getting better and better every single patch. And then, unfortunately, a man named Yosuke Matsuda said, no, you need to make for slopping. You need to stop making this and make like shit that is going to lose Square Enix even more money. I think everyone would have preferred Season 2 over Forspoken, yeah. Literally everyone. You know? It just feels like, especially since Dawn of the Future was kind of drawing a lot from Versus in terms of inspiration, it felt like just like another way of killing that project. And so, I don't know, man. It just sucks because it just feels like they have killed this game over and over and over and over again. I can't agree this DLC usurps everything in 16. That's a stretch. Wait, who said that? Did someone say that? I'm gonna find Kiryu at EU FanFest and we'll ask him if he can get a PS5 remaster with more content and a finished story. That's like our biggest hope, or like our most logical hope, I would say. But like, I think we all just want Versus. But even with Versus, I'm still kind of like, what are they gonna do? Bring back FNC? Well, I mean, I guess why not, right? Why not bring back FNC lore? But Team Ardyn Task Force. I want to be part of the Ardyn Task Force. Would you say they added sales to the game because of the DLC outselling for Spoken and Poetic? Yeah. Dawn of the Future was literally 80 to 90% done. It's not like they needed to remake a whole ass game. It would not be hard for them to pick it back up and finish it. Yeah. Literally the groundwork is already there. So, I mean, if we're not going to get Versus, then the next best thing would be to get, like, good Final Fantasy 15. But I think that given that Nomura is the one in control now, maybe not of the 15 IP directly, but through Kitase, and love and thanks to all Final Fantasy 15 players, go fuck yourself. If they were honest, go fuck yourself should have been added to the end of that, dude. Holy shit. It's so crazy, man. I'm telling you.
I'm afraid you're out of luck.
Off my chair, Jester. The king sits there.
To be continued in Chapter 14 of Final Fantasy 15. Which is actually really great, because that's exactly where we left off. Great place to play. Wow, my rank was only B. B is for bitch. That's unacceptable. That's like the lowest rank I got so far. Really? Really? So I think the biggest takeaway we can all agree on is that 15's impact will forever be how Ardyn's partially inspired Ishikawa when writing the best antagonist in all of FF in itself. So when's the Pocket Edition screen? Yeah, I do think that, like, there's a reason that my two, like, favorite protagonists in the series are Ardyn and Imitselk, right? And then Imitselk is just basically Ardyn done right. More or less. I don't know if we'll be able to win this before we end the stream, but let's go ahead and give it a shot. Yeah, maybe not villains, antagonists, whatever the fuck. You know what I mean. Main characters, actually, is what I really mean, bros.
Hapless prince. Is he now ready to claim his crown? Don't let us down. Let the games begin.
No. Now they end.
There he goes with that fucking shield again. Little bitch ass. God, I hate the goddamn shield, bro. Eh?
10 years you spent accumulating your power. I spent assimilating demons and accumulating mine.
Would be cool is if you use the equipment you used, yeah. Although it'd be a little bit easier to kind of rig the game. Fuck it. Wait, I can't? No. Okay. Fuck it then. Dang, okay. Yeah, you always take Prompto down first whenever doing these. Which is funny, because Prompto always goes down first in the actual game, too. Yeah, so one of the things that I've said about this game in the review that I've already started writing is that this game's combat is just like shit coming at you the game. Like, it's just like always there's just so much shit like happening. Like every character on the field attacks at one time, right? And you just have to like manage that, and it's really chaotic and oftentimes sucks and has no sense of like what are you supposed to pay attention to like when you're looking at this, right? Yeah, this is the best combat, by the way, and it's still pretty jank, honestly. But it's just like, where is my attention supposed to be on, right? And that's also why phasing, like holding square, has to be a thing, because, you know, there's no precision to be had with the system. I fucking hate warpers. Yeah, 16's game feel is so much better than this game. I don't think that's deniable at all. I feel like this combat system falls apart, like, once you start putting multiple enemies on the field, and they love doing multiple enemy slop in this game, just like putting you in an arena of enemies where everyone is just attacking at once. And I feel like it just doesn't really work. I feel like you can get out of Ardyn and dog mode just by attacking a little bit. Yeah, let's actually try that. Hey, we killed Ignis. Actually, what's to stop me from just like cheesing this by repeatedly just... Is there anything to stop me from doing that? I feel like this is a good strat. Like a really good cheese strat. Wait. Oh, you have to like press. It's kind of weird. You have to press and let go in like a weird way. Okay.
Close your eyes. Forevermore.
The camera, bro. The camera. Definitely feels like you get cheap shotted off from off screen sometimes. Dude, it feels like you get cheap shotted from off screen all the time. Like all the time. It feels like that happens more than it doesn't. And the enemy tells suck in the game, so it's just like you're constantly doing like this weird fumbly guesswork between attacking and like dodging, and it just never. And again, this is the best combat.
assimilating demons and accumulating mine.
A king in name alone. I'm truly disappointed. Can't you do any better than that? 10 years, and nothing to show for it.
I guess you should actually target Ignis first. Like this is such like a fumbly mess of just like everything just happening all at once. And fuck, I want to use the gun. I want to shoot Noctis. This shit is not possible, bros. You cannot shoot Noctis. This game's combat is so funny, bros. Wait, can I just didn't do that and then do this and then do that and then wait, no, can I just
Don't worry, I
damn.
got this.
Okay, so I can't just do that and like spam to heal. Okay.
This realm in darkness, this land of demons.
I prefer the other Noctis fight to this. Because, again, when you have more than one enemy on the field in this game, it, like, immediately falls apart. I actually wonder if Noctis would be the better one to go after first, just because. But generally speaking, it's Prompto. Although that last time we... Oh, I didn't even hit the button. Okay, bros, this fight is actually kind of just miserable. It's so funny how you're anti-items at Noctis, but you actually use them as anyone else. Well, that's because items in the base game are different than items in the DLC. In the DLC, it controls how many items you get. But in the base game, you can just potion tank through anything. That like doesn't, okay, that doesn't even affect him at all. And then they also just have, wait, a fuck ton of it. Yeah, I think you actually do Ignis first, boys. Because Ignis is kind of squishy. If I'm gonna kill anyone, I'm gonna make sure I kill Ignis. There we go. Okay, now you can kill me. See, that's gonna hurt him the most.
Forevermore.
That's gonna make him feel the worst. If I kill Ignis. All right, one more time, and then, oh shit, actually I'm already at time. Shit, my bad. Okay, so we will close it out there, and then next, oh, I'm sorry, I just realized, Squall UA, thank you for the tier 1, brother. I was not paying attention when you did that. Okay, when you go beast mode, you should only heal when at low HP. Yeah, I realized that as I was doing it. You should basically draw that out as long as possible, and I think your attacks are also really strong when you do that. So, yeah, so we're going to finish this fight on Monday. In the meantime, we will raid my friend Curious Joy, and she's playing Liza P. If you're on YouTube, then enjoy the upload next week, where I talked to someone who worked on Final Fantasy 15. All right, later, guys.